Music. So you know you're already so quiet. Live stream now. Yeah, and also there too. So you know.
They're really close to the tower. Boy, that's convenient for us, but they do have funnel cakes available there too, so that's another fair item that, well, with the different times we're having to experience with the fairs closing, we could still have our fair food here this weekend. Also, they've got steak burgers at the Nitro Grill, French fries, cheese fries, pork tenderloins. They've got Lay's potato chips, plain or barbecue, Doritos, Cheetos, and Fritos. Say that fast 3 times. Bavarian pretzels as big as your face, nachos, salted peanuts, assorted candy, plain or peanut M&Ms. That's my wife's favorite. They've got assorted bottled water, Coke, Sprite, Mellow Yellow, and lemonade. And again, the Nitro Grill, they sure keep us fed and hydrated. Today won't be near as problem as, boy, how many days can you say it's only going to be 60 or 74 for a high on August 1st here in the Midwest? Don't happen too often. And we just still have that east breeze blowing across there. Looks like our sound band's out here today making us sound good. He works pretty hard at it. A lot of his equipment sits out in the weather, and it looks like Dennis is out there checking things out. We appreciate Dennis and all the work that he puts in to keeping the sound system working, and it's not an easy job, I guarantee you that. A lot of his equipment sits out in the elements, and it's been raining on it too. So Dennis out checking things out, and we absolutely appreciate, Dennis, what you do. All right, BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout Time Trials, motorcycle riders, you should already be in 17 and 18, and I'm going to take a look down the racetrack, see what we got. Doing a little bit of work down, looks like, in the shutdown area, trying to get it whipped into shape. I see our quad with our sprayer tank sitting up here at the ready line, so we're getting closer. With lack of heat, which is okay with us, lack of sunshine, well, we can still race with cloudiness, coolness. We just can't race with sprinkles. Yep, how you doing down there? Don't turn on that water machine, please. All right. Little activity going on. Looks like we got a bunch of starters up here. Everybody's getting ready to get some time runs done for the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. I believe they're going to get 2 shots at it, 1 in each lane. again, plenty of live stream opportunities here. Tim's next door, and I think he's got, I'll find out where he's at on, I see he's maybe got things live. Yep, he does. He's going to help me out here and where you can find that. We love the people taking the time to be here to do the live stream because not everyone can be here. I know we got racers that's on the property that's watching the live stream back there in their pit areas. Looks like the glue is going down on the racetrack as we speak, and EatMyInc.com and Eat My Inc YouTube channel. Live streaming. Thank you, Tim, very much. As I was mentioning before, not everybody can be here. A lot of these racers have businesses and they've got employees that's keeping the business running. They can stay connected from wherever their location is. Not every family member can be here. Maybe not physically able to be here, or they're working today. So the live stream really provides a great opportunity to have people stay connected from various locations, and also the sponsors that support our racing operation. The live stream is a great way to take their product around the country and around the world. So again, we've got motorcycles pulled up to the ready line. This is our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout time trials. Motorcycles for the time trials will put you all in 17 and 18. And when we get into eliminations, we're going to split you off. When we get into eliminations, box will use 17 and 18, and then no box during eliminations, so use lane 13 and 14. Very important that you file that away in your plan later on today. So we're putting the glue down as we speak, and I see a couple of our safety trucks down on the shutdown area, making sure we're good to go down there. We're getting pretty close to running, I believe, 2 time trials. Each bike will get left lane run and a right lane run, and then we will go into elimination mode. And very important, I want to make sure everybody understands this. When we get into eliminations, the box bikes will run out of 17 and 18. And when we get into eliminations for the big bracket shootout, no box bikes will be using 13 and 14. That's very important. I don't want to sound like a kindergarten teacher, but I do want to make sure everybody gets in the correct lanes when we go into eliminations. Again, we want to welcome the NHDRO. We've got them wall to wall here supporting the series. We want to thank Brian and Nikki Welch and the family for providing the hard work. And trust me, when you're running any kind of a racing organization, you cannot be afraid to work. And we thank Nikki and Brian and the family for working tirelessly so our riders can have a place to race, have a lot of money to race for, and just have a lot of fun. And we need a lot of fun this day and age with COVID going on, and we're very thankful that we are able to race here at Lucas Oil Raceway and provide a launch pad for the NHDRO. All right, we want to thank CycleDrag.com for being in the house here. They're doing a live stream as well, and they're live on CycleDrag.com Facebook page. Check that out. But there's plenty of opportunities to stay plugged in with the racing activities here today at Lucas Oil Raceway. We're overcast. I think we're going to be looking at that all day. We've got that slight breeze out of the east, and I know the motorcycle riders are paying attention to that, as in tall grandstands block some of that till the just past the 8th mile, and I'm sure motorcycle riders are well aware of that. They had to deal with it yesterday. And the projected high is 74 degrees for the day. Very comfortable for August 1st in Indiana. I'm sure some of the race car teams can make some of the best weather people out there, because I'm sure weather stations have been getting a lot of attention here this morning. So our current temperature is 69 degrees, relative humidity 90%. Looks like our water grains are about 101.1, air density 95%. Density altitude 2,547 feet currently right here. So some of the racing conditions currently here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Density altitude 2,547 currently right now. And again, water grains 101.1. And our barometer is sitting about 29.83. That's some of the information gleaned as our current conditions here at Lucas Oil Raceway. All right, catching the radio traffic. We're getting real close to unleashing the motorcycles here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Just had to do a little extra touch-up work down here at the shutdown area. And while we're anticipating the start here in just a few minutes, and I mean it's just a few minutes, Hardcore Cycles sponsors our top gas class this year. Larry Phillips has been providing exceptional quality bracket and grudge racing parts for over 25 years. Hardcore Cycles is committed to providing quality products to the race community, from street bikes to full-out race bikes. Hardcore Cycles is the #1 choice for those looking for quality products at an affordable price. And our grudge class, Voodoo Industries, is NHDRO's grudge sponsor. Voodoo is located on the west side of Cleveland in Avon Lake, Ohio. They have been in business for 16 years, and Voodoo's mission is to provide the highest quality motorcycle components and customer service. They specialize in exhausts such as Voodoo Shorty, Voodoo Performance, Voodoo Cafe, Voodoo Sidewinder, and best dollar value for horsepower in their class, and recently released Voodoo Mini Meg. At Voodoo Industries, they also manufacture clip-ons, rear sets, and VMAX product lines. And again, we do want to thank Voodoo Industries for coming on board and sponsoring our grudge class here at Lucas Oil Raceway and the NHDRO. Alrighty, the anticipation is building, and again, 2 time runs are slated for our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout competitors. They'll get an opportunity to go down each lane. Time trials will operate out of 17 and 18. Once we move over into eliminations for a Big Bracket Shootout by BB Racing, we'll put the box bikes in eliminations in 17 and 18. No box during eliminations, you'll use 13 and 14. That is your lane assignments. So we'll expect you there once we get ready. All right. I'm telling you, the anticipation's building. The big show, we've all been waiting for it. Looks like, looking down track in our shutdown area, looks like all the equipment is vacated. We are just minutes away. Well, I'm just looking over at Tim. He's getting set up, or he's been set up over there, and I found another use for styrofoam coffee cups over there because he's getting some props put underneath some of his equipment over there. Well, here's the first 2 down on the time trials, for it is the Double B Racing, BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout time trials. They'll get 2 of them, and then it'll be locked down, hammered down as we get into elimination. Mike Mullendor, Janie Palm, Janie racer out of the Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway Racetrack. Janie will be in the right lane. Had a chance to have a chat with Janie this morning. Janie ran with the UBDRA race last year. Gateway won the street bike class, has also been in some bracket race finals down there at Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway. Mike Mullendor will be next door in the left lane. Mike, winner last year at Milan Dragway during one of their bracket races. He's a regular there at Milan Dragway. Wheels up! Wow, Mike loving the traction down there. Mullendor heads for the quarter mile, runs 8:32 at 153 miles an hour, and Janie Palm goes 9:34 at 150 miles an hour. Patrick Roeto will be in the right lane. We'll get you a name on 4866 there in the Ray Skillman lane. Patrick in the right-hand lane picked up a win. He's a Division 5 sportsman bike racer. He won earlier this year at Heartland Motorsports Park, and also a Division 4 race at Tulsa Raceway Park in sportsman bike class. And Patrick goes 8:69 at 151 miles an hour and a 10:19 at 128 miles an hour for bike 4866. Matt Smith, the other Matt Smith, is over in the Ray Skillman lane, and Kevin Grist will be in the Chevrolet Performance lane. Kevin Grist, right lane. Trying to just get some numbers to work with for the big money race. Matt Smith, Ray Skillman lane, hustles down, runs 8:90 at 151 miles an hour to Kevin Grist, 9:22 at 144 miles an hour. Here comes Zachary Hunter, a protege of the junior dragster ranks. Yep, we got a few of them in the house. Sponsored by Isern House Imports out of Springfield, Illinois. Zachary was in a final in Super Pro Coles County Dragway, ended up in the runner-up spot. He's in the left lane. Nathan Hollingsworth will be alongside. And Zach Hunter goes 9:61, 134. Hollingsworth 8:59 at 148 miles an hour. Hollingsworth finished 7th in the Street Fighter class last year in the NHDRO. Randy Parker up next, left lane. He'll run alongside Gordon Colt. And away they go very quickly. We're getting them down the racetrack. Golden Court 9:79, 140 miles an hour. Randy Parker 9:12 at 147 miles an hour. Lowell Pugh up next. And Wally Bryant is alongside on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Just trying to work on what the bikes are going to run on a nice cool day. Lowell Pugh 9:62, 139 miles an hour. Wally Bryant 11.878 at 101 miles an hour. Rick Poole up next to run Charles Willis Sr. Charles Willis, a former bike track champ at Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway. And Rick Poole's got some credentials as well. Rick Poole out of the Ray Skillman lane, a winner at Summit Motorsports Park in a bracket race up there. ET Finals in Pomona was runner-up, went over there in 2015. Rick Poole, 9:03, 147 miles an hour. Charles Willis Sr., 9:58 at 140 miles an hour. Here comes Chris Hunter, also sponsored by Isringhausen Imports out of Springfield, Illinois. Chris Hunter picking up, was in a final at Worldwide Technology earlier this year on the bike class, runner-up there. Has also won at Gateway. Mike Shelton running alongside Chris Hunter. Chris goes 9:50 to 132 miles an hour, and Shelton goes 10:10 at 135 miles an hour. So Michael Shelton picking up a win at Bandimere Speedway, Division 5 race earlier this year. And let's pull up two more. Tom Cooper, right-hand lane, and bike 205 in the left-hand lane. We'll get a name on that eventually. And motorcycle had to set out. Tom Cooper made his run, and Tom goes 888 at 152 miles an hour. Roger Wilhelm up next. Left hand lane, and Greg Darm will be the opponent. Roger Wilhelm, a runner-up last year at the Race of Champions Division 3 race here at Lucas Oil, 933, 135 miles an hour. Greg Darm goes 951 at 135 miles an hour. Greg Darm picking up a win last year at Byron Dragway, also in a final at Route 66 last year. Let's see who we got now. Austin Stidham and Jeremy England. Jeremy in the right-hand lane. Jeremy England rolls through 776 at 170 miles an hour as Austin Stidham goes 9 flat at 143 miles an hour. Here comes Sean Bizette, Bob Nugent. Bob on the right. Bob Nugent, a regular Killcare Dragway, has won many bracket races there in the street class and the bike class. Sean Bizette heading down track. Sean has been in a street bike final here and was runner-up with the NHDRO. Sean goes 894 at 148 miles an hour. Bob Nugent's 981 at 130 miles an hour. Here comes Mike Wire. And bike 3067 is on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Mike Wire, he is heading down on the right side, 923, 144 miles an hour for Mike. Bike 3067 goes 1007 at 136 miles an hour. Here comes Rick McWaters, right-hand lane. Rick McWaters, a winner, Lucas Oil Raceway Street Fighter class last year. Richard Gadsden will run the left-hand side of the racetrack. Looks like Richard's going solo down the Ray Skillman lane, and Richard records an 837 at 156 miles an hour. Here comes Josh Costa and Corey Lee reading left to right. Alrighty, Corey Lee, 8.529 at 149 miles an hour. Josh Costa, 8.781 at 148 miles an hour. And here comes Corey Lee, got plugged back in. Greg Mallett's going to run the right side. Greg Mallett, a top 10 bike racer from Milan Dragway, has picked up a win there at Milan. Corey Lee cranked up and leaving on the red-eye flight northbound. Greg with a good light 0:11 reaction time. He is going to find that finish line now. 883, 151 for Greg Mallett. Corey Lee goes 970 at 135 miles an hour. This is Michael Schmale. He'll be in the left lane. Dave Primrose will be in the right lane. Michael Schmalley, a winner street bike at Edgewater Sports Park in Cleves, Ohio. And Primrose taking the right lane. And David goes 8.526 at 151 miles an hour, and Mike Schmalley at 911 at 146 miles an hour. Primrose was runner-up in the bike class during the ET finals there at Pomona, California. So Primrose won his division ET finals, went out to Pomona, and was in the final there, was runner-up. Rashad Rowe, Andrew England, they'll light the fire. Yes, they did. Rashad Rowe has arrived, 9.154 at 146 miles an hour. Andrew England, 11.19 at 117 miles an hour. Dave Griffith, Michael T. Smith, reading left to right. David Griffith with an 028 ball. Michael T. Smith will cross the stripe second. David Griffith, 8:31 at 149 miles an hour. Michael T. Smith, 9:26 at 142 miles an hour. We'll bring up a couple more. Tom the Turtle Cole. Tom picking up a win at the Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway last year in the bike class during a bracket race. And guess what? He did that 3 times down there at St. Louis. Dave Young on the yellow bike. Tom Cole having problems. He sets up early in the run, and Dave Young screaming down the right side of the racetrack. 8.901 at 146 miles an hour for Young. So Tom Cole is slowly coasting down in the shutdown area down there, so we'll wait for him to clear out before we send Thad Nell to Jordan Weiss. Thad Nell, a regular there at National Trail Raceway, has been in final already this year. The bracket race July the 4th, was runner-up there in Columbus, Ohio. He'll be running the race Skillman lane, and Jordan Weiss will be running alongside. As Tom Cole, I think, is needing some assistance off the deep end of the racetrack. And Jordan Weiss, during the Sports National Open down there at Bowling Green, Kentucky, was the winner in the junior dragster class. So Jordan Weiss, another racer that came out of that junior dragster racing league. And we've got a few racers on the property this weekend competing in our bike classes that came out of the junior dragster ranks. Allison Neld, I think, is one of them. Jeremy Murphy's another one. Chris Hunter's son, another one that came out of the junior dragster ranks. And we've got them sprinkled all through the drag racing scene, from the professional Mellow Yellow racers into the Lucas Oil racers, down into the NHDRO, and into the bracket programs. A lot of the junior dragster racers stepping up and moving up. Here we go with Thad and Jordan. Pretty good lights for both of them. Thad Nell, he'll stripe it first. 9.073 at 140 miles an hour. Jordan Weiss, 9.851 at 129 miles an hour. And here comes Jay Dean and Rodney Bland. Jay Dean over there in the left-hand lane. And Rodney Bland will join in. Sitting on the low beams, they'll roll into the high beams, and it's go time. 3 thou separate them out of the gate. Rodney stumbled a little bit. Jay Dean under full power down there as he goes 8.971 at 146 miles an hour. Bland 990 with a deuce at 137 miles an hour. Here comes Justin Hughes and Dave DeMoss. Justin Hughes, a regular at Summit Motorsports Park, Milan Dragway. Justin picking up a win in the Lucas Oil Super 64, the Fast 4 bike class at Summit Motorsports Park last year. And Justin will trim up that 002 red light. That's what the minus sign is on the scoreboard. And Hughes goes 8.159 at 157 miles an hour. DeMoss goes 9.100 at 141 miles an hour. And here comes Gareth Shepard. Wow. I'd be all day reading Gareth's accomplishments, but he is a regular at National Trail. Goes over to Kilcare and wins a bike class over there. Street bike track champ last year at National Trail. Gareth Shepard, left-hand lane. And Jeremy Hicks will run alongside. Jeremy Hicks is also races at Summit Motorsports Park. He's picked up several wins up there last year. Gareth Shepard, 8.033, 161 miles an hour. Jeremy Hicks, 8.169 at 156 miles an hour. And we quickly move in with Marshall Hutchinson Jr., another racer from, I believe, up at National Trail. Damian Solis firing away. Marshall Hutchinson Jr. already been in 2 finals up there at National Trail, 1-1, runner-up in the other one, and Hutchinson goes 9.782 at 132 miles an hour. Damian Solis, 8.987 at 145 miles an hour. Scott DeLong and Jimmy Shiflett up next. Scott DeLong in the left-hand lane. Scott, a racer that runs around the country, runs pro cycle and pro bike win at Gainesville Raceway Park. Also picking up a win at Gainesville, Florida. So it looks like he loves to race at Gainesville. Scott DeLong over there in the Ray Skillman lane, and Jimmy Shiflett will run alongside. And away they go. Scott DeLong, the Gainesville racer out of Florida, 9.012 at 138 miles an hour. Jimmy Shiflett, 8.158 at 156 miles an hour. John Fitzpatrick, Tom McGowan, Tom in the right-hand lane. Tom McGowan, the 2019 bike track champion at Summit Motorsports Park in Norwalk, Ohio. He's in the right lane. And Tom McGowan goes 8.863 to 150 miles an hour, 8.603 to 150 miles an hour for John Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick, sportsman bike racer. A couple years ago was in a final at the Division 4 race at the Texas Motorplex. Has won at Great Bend, Kansas Division 5 race. And let's see who we're peeking into next. Matthew Knaggs and Brandon Cunningham. So Matthew Knaggs runs up at Milan Dragway in the left-hand lane. He was in a final as a runner-up there at Milan. Runs 8.600 at 154 miles an hour. Brandon Cunningham, 8.697 at 151 miles an hour. Carlos Testa, Ray Skillman Lane, and Shane Cunningham will run next door. Go fast or go home. Carlos Testa, Shane Cunningham, left to right. 3 drops, power goes down. Shane misses a perfect light by 1 thou, but it's green. Shane will say, I need to save that for eliminations. Shane Cunningham, 8.437 at 155 miles an hour. Carlo Testa, 8.780 at 151 miles an hour. Dave Tybert, Bill Baker up next. Dave Tybert in the Ray Skillman lane. Bill Baker takes the other lane. Bill Baker, a runner-up last year at Byron Dragway in the bike class during a bracket race there in the fall. Gone. Bill Baker's 18 clean and green, and Dave Tybert leading the hit parade down there, 8.285, 154 miles an hour for Dave. Bill Baker goes 8.919 at 141 miles an hour. Here comes Michael Mayday. So Michael Mayday, a regular at Summit Motorsports Park, he was the 2018 bike class champ at Norwalk, Ohio, at Summit Motorsports Park. And Eric Yost will run alongside Mike Mayday. Eric Yost, Mike Mayday, Eric Yost, a winner in the Street ET bike class at Worldwide Technology Raceway with NHDRO swung into town. And Eric Yost goes 9 flat at 151 miles an hour, 891 for Michael Mayday. And here comes Bew Drexler at Bike 115 next door. Bo Drexler, Division 4 race last year, Dallas, Texas, won the Sportsman Bike class, also won at Great Bend, Kansas in the Division 5 race, Sportsman Bike class. 2016 Sportsman Driver of the Year for Division 5, Bo Drexler. And Bo heading down track on a good run. How about 8.48 with a deuce, 153 miles an hour for Drexler, and 818, 154 miles an hour for Bike 115. Brandon Carell, Bruce Damewood. Bruce Damewood does pretty good at this track. Away they go, Bruce Damewood. Won the Division 3 ET Race of Champions race here. 2018 bike, 890 index champ from Byron Dragway. And Damewood goes 882 at 145 miles an hour. Brandon Carell a 914 at 142 miles an hour. Thomas Ewig and Joseph Brandgard up next. Tom in the left side of the racetrack. Thomas Ewig was in the Division 3 ET Finals last year and was runner-up. Missed going to Pomona just by a smidgen as Ewig goes 9.169, 140 miles an hour. And Joseph Brandgard, 865 at 155 miles an hour. This is Eric Birchfield pulling into the right side of the racetrack. And bike EX27. We're working real hard at getting these riders hooked up with these bike numbers that's showing up here as not on file. Got a lot of not on file. Well, not a lot, a few. But that is Eric Birchfield over there at the Chevrolet Performance Lane. Side by side we go. Finish line. Got it. Eric, 9.072, 139 miles an hour. EX27, 8.750 at 144 miles an hour. Don Stokes pulls in next to the left side of the racetrack. Don Stokes, Summit Motorsports Park, runner-up, bike final, the bracket race there. Loves to run Norwalk. He's been in the winner's circle as well. And Alexis Baker. Will be in the right side of the racetrack. Staging process, a very meticulous, important part of the game. You want to stage in the same spot as consistently as you can. You don't think that don't make a difference in turning on the wind light? It does. How about a 19 for Don Stokes as they head down to the north end of the property? Side by side through the stripe. Alexis Baker gets there first, 8.77 with a deuce, 144. Don Stokes, 907 with 141 miles an hour. Dean Moore steps in. Dean's on first base. All right, Dean Moore, 8.543 to 155 miles an hour, and a 002 light for the mystery bike. 780 is the bike number, 902 at 147 miles an hour. All right, listen up. Listen up. BB Racing, big bracket shootout riders. We're doing time trials back to back, so you can hustle back to your lane. Please make sure you do that. BB Racing, big bracket shootout, box, no box. We're doing your time trials back to back, so make sure you get back to 17 and 18 and get your second one knocked down. Joe Deck up next, in the left-hand side, running against James Underhill. Joe Deck picking up a win last year in Top Gas bike when the NHDRO went to Ohio Valley, was the points champ last year in Top Gas. Joe Deck, 008 out of the gate for Joe Deck. James Underhill chasing down the right side. 847 for James Underhill, 147 miles an hour. Joe Deck, 823 to 155 miles an hour. And here comes a race car rider that will drive anything with wheels on it. Chad Isley was in the Big Money Final last year. And Robert Sanders will run alongside Chad Isley. Chad Isley's already won this year at Coles County Dragway. He's been in 5 finals already in Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman. And Chad Isley cruising down the left side of the racetrack, 8.756 at 148 miles an hour, and Sanders goes 913 at 138 miles an hour. Kyle Dallimore and Tom Clemming. Clemming was, I believe, our winner last year of our big money race here. We'll check it out here, right click. So Tom Clemming won our big money race last year here at Lucas Oil Raceway. 3 times he's went to the ET Finals in Pomona. Tom Clemming, 8.746 at 146 miles an hour, and Kyle Dallimore goes 8.14 at 158 miles an hour. Here comes Dave Liguri and Michael Rankin. So Dave Liguri picked up a win here at the Division III ET Finals in one of our shootout ladders a couple years ago. Dave Liguri in the left-hand side, he's getting close to the wall over there, and he hustles, he kind of leans it over to the right. Mike Rankin, 8.757 at 153 miles an hour, and Dave got a little closer look at those stickers on the wall down there, and he wanted 8.612 at 150 miles an hour. And here comes Wesley Wells. Wesley is a multi-time bike champ here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Wesley had a perfect light yesterday racing. Wesley, a former pro stock motorcycle racer. Our track champion last year, Wesley Wells. John Markham, he's got some credentials to go with that rider. Wesley Wells, 952 to 141 miles an hour. John Markham, 894 to 141 miles an hour. John was our ET Bike National Champion at the World Finals a couple years ago down in Pomona, California. Roy Hagedorn and Darren Lagori. .005 for Roy as he cruises down the Ray Skillman Auto Group side of the racetrack. How about an 8.882 at 146 for Roy? Darren Lagori, 8.925 at 143 miles an hour. Here comes Mike Wagner and Mike Downs. Mark Wagner, excuse me. Sorry, Mark. Mark Wagner will take the Ray Skillman lane. And we'll plug in Mike Downs in the lane next door. So the table is set. We're doing time runs. They get 2 of them.
Keep myself. So I'm going to keep myself.
How about a 006 for Mike Downs? Boy, did he drink some coffee this morning. Mark Wagner just stringing it out down there, 8.432 to 153 miles an hour. Mike Downs, 006, vaporizes the tree, 952 to 140 miles an hour. And here comes Dusty Brazell and Jeremy Murphy, another protege of the junior dragster ranks, Jeremy Murphy, right lane. Jeremy got done with juniors. He kicked Dad off the motorcycle and says, "I want your bike." And after that red light, Mike's going to say, "Jeremy, I want my bike back." Jeremy Murphy goes 9.263 to 144 miles an hour right lane. Dusty goes 915, 144 miles out of the left lane. Here comes Brunson Road.
I had cheese fries last night, so I still feel under my belly.
Brunson, a runner-up a couple of years ago at the Pro Ultra Bike class here at the NHDRO race at Lucas Oil. Bill Homuth will be running alongside. Well, he'll be riding the motorcycle alongside.
Looks like it, right?
Bill Homuth, Heartland Park, Topeka, Kansas, Division 5 race, runner-up at Sportsman Bike class. Was won at Tri-State Raceway at Sportsman Bike. And Brunson looks like he will arrive first. 8.319 at 166 miles an hour. Bill Homuth, 9 flat at 141 miles an hour. And here comes Mike Wagner.
How long have they been on track? That's still first time out.
Mike Wagner. Finished 6th with the NHDRO and Top Gas a couple years ago. Wade Smith running next door. And Wagner will want a do-over on the reaction time. 8.689 to 141 miles an hour. Wade Smith, a 9.104 to 152 miles an hour. And the beat goes on. Here comes Dan McCartan. Dan McCartan at the UBDRA race down there at Gateway Motorsports Park. Pro Ultra Bike winner. Doug Fisher sits next door in the right side of the racetrack. And Dan McCartan blitzes the finish line, 9.30 at 139 miles an hour. Doug Fisher, 9.372, 142. Fisher won the Pro ET bike class at West Salem, Ohio, dragway 42, when the NHDRO swung through there. Craig Adams, Rico Brown. Craig Adams, Summit Motorsports Park regular, bike track champ 2017. He's in the Ray Skillman lane. Rico Brown will run alongside. And Craig Adams turning the power on. 003 on the tree. Hey, take it easy on the tree. 8.714 at 147 miles an hour for Craig Adams. Rico Brown, 905 at 148 miles an hour. And here comes Jason Keller and Dylan Wood. Jason Keller, last year, box shootout, Lucas Oil Raceway runner-up, was in the final there. Runs at Summit Motorsports Park occasionally. He's won some bracket races there, one at Milan Dragway. Jason Keller going to size up the Ray Skillman lane, and Dylan Wood. .007 Jason Keller, 779 at a booming 166 miles an hour. Dylan Wood, 948 at 143 miles an hour. Here comes Ronnie Woodall Sr., Mark Southard. And Ronnie Woodall Sr. has won the Pro ET bike class here at Lucas Oil when the NHDRO swung through town. Ronnie Woodall Sr., regular at Music City Dragway down here in Tennessee. Ronnie Woodall, 9.318 at 141 miles an hour. And Mark Southard, 8.980 at 145 miles an hour. Here comes Ron Arnold. Left side to run Derek Crawford. So Ron Arnold finished second crazy comp last year, finished third in Street ET points, was the champ in Street Fighter bike class. Ron Arnold, Ray Skillman Lane. And Derek Crawford flying down the east side over there, 9.046, 146 miles an hour. And Ron Arnold, 8.906 at 148 miles an hour. Here comes Eric Harmon, Dwayne Jackson. Eric Harmon, Summit Motorsports Park racer, top 10 back a few years back. Dwayne Jackson's going to run alongside. And Dwayne Jackson, 8.892 at 150 miles an hour. And Eric going to sit that one out. Hey, we want to welcome in the house Brandy from dragbike.com. Welcome. They're covering the action here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Appreciate their efforts. They do a great job to keep us all informed and keep the world of racing in front and center of everybody's world. Royce Afreed Jr., Gordon Colton, reading left to right, west to east, and here comes Roy. And make sure you check out Brandy's photos on dragbike.com. Brandy's got the gift to capture the moment and freeze it in time. Check those photos out. Dragbike.com. Roy Safri Jr.
It's so weird.
What was it, Bluetooth?
Yeah, it's Bluetooth. I've never done that.
Now, Roy has won the Division III ET Finals Best Appearing Bike last year. That was pretty cool. Summit Motorsports Park regular. Gordon Colton heads down the right side of the racetrack. Roy punching the tree to an 0.25 and goes 8.890 at 145 miles an hour. And Gordon goes 9.612 at 145 miles an hour. Here comes Lowell Pugh. And by 36, we're trying our darndest to get names matched up with the numbers. Hey, I know he's got orange and black leathers on, but we'd like to know his name. And we will. We'll get it done. We do know Lowell Pugh sitting over there in the Chevrolet Performance lane. Okay. We crossbred our apple tree down here. We got a green apple hanging on the left branch, red one hanging on the right branch. Lowell's got the red apple, goes 9.893 to 112 miles an hour. And our mystery rider, 861 at 149 miles an hour. Ronnie Woodall Jr. and Terry Hope. Terry is a regular at Ohio Valley Racetrack in West Point, Kentucky. He does pretty well there. Ronnie Woodall Jr. trims the tree about 6 thou closer than Terry Hoke, and Ronnie Woodall goes 9.391 at 137 miles an hour, and a little quicker is an 8.962 at 150 for Mr. Terry Hoke. Heath McQuinn, left lane. We'll run bike 4866. Heath McQuinn was in a final here at Top Gas. Finished runner-up a couple years ago. Jake Versace's right lane. We're trying to get them all identified. Jake Versace's 10:15, 127 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Heath McQuinn, 8:10 at 154 miles an hour. Hey, just a reminder, this is a left-hand exit racetrack. Left lane has right of way. Just a reminder. Kevin Adams, Scott Shepard, and again, we're going back to back on our time run, so looks like we got the reds on our Christmas tree.
Got it going?
This is for you.
It's for
I brought
us.
two. No, I brought two.
Oh my God.
A little break in the action to catch our breath here a little bit. It's wild and woolly here, and we're trying to get all these bikes sent down the racetrack. We will get close to their eliminations. As Scott Shepard patiently waits. Scott, a regular at National Trail, was Top Gun track champ in 2019 at National Trail. Let's get ready to fire up and go. Kevin Adams will run alongside.
He's just gonna run his course anyway.
Kevin Adams, regular on the NHDRO Trail. Finished second Street Fighter last year. Kevin Adams, he did. 009 Scott, he's ready on the yellow motorcycle. Kevin Adams just right through the tunnel down there, goes 8.943 at 138 miles an hour, 9.522 for Scott Shepard, 140 miles an hour. And Brandon Beckelheimer and Richard Gadsden plug in. So Brandon Beckelheimer, gonna load it up and put it in the beans. Oh, Brandon, a little anxious. Got on the red side of that Christmas tree. Richard Gadsden taking care of business. 8.284 to 165 miles an hour. And Brandon goes 8.856 and 148 miles an hour. And this is Tylen. I think it's Tyler, really.
No, it's silent.
I think that's Tyler Beckelheimer and not Tylen. I'll have to catch them down there where they put the tech cards in. It's Tylen? All right. Hey, it's nice to have friends helping us out. This is Tylen Beckelheimer.
So we're still on your
Maybe I need to change mine. Sheet down here. Tylen Beckelheimer, 920, 145 miles an hour. Rick McWaters, 937 and 119 miles an hour. Thanks, Tim. Tim live streaming next door. Brandy for dragbike.com in the house and covering all the action here as well. We thank them. We also got plenty of coverage here. Jeremy Teasley and Ben Knight. Jeremy Teasley here at Lucas Oil last year, Crazy Comp was runner-up. Finished 7th in Crazy Comp last year. Finished 5th in Top Gas last year. Street ET champ a couple years ago with the NHDRO. Jeremy Teasley, 8.796 at 153 miles an hour left lane. Ben Knight, 856 at 161 miles an hour. And here comes Dave Bashara and Dustin Lee. Couple pretty good riders. Dave Bashara last year won the Crazy Comp at Morocco, Indiana, Dragway 41. Dave Bashara was our Crazy Comp champ with the NHDRO last year, 2019, and we had something come off a motorcycle, and we've got to go down there and fetch that. Not a good thing to have to dodge pieces on motorcycles. Looks like Brian Welch is headed down track, and he's going to pick up that part that fell off that motorcycle. And Dustin Lee will run alongside Dave Bashara. Dustin Lee at finished 4th in Crazy Comp last year, finished 3rd in Top Gas, and finished 3rd in Pro ET, and was our Street ET bike champ. Dustin Lee had a pretty good year last year. And looks like we're about through time trial session number 1 for our Baby Racing Big Bracket Shootout. The 2 in the water box will complete their first time run. They'll get another one. They're all ready to go. All locked in and loaded. There goes Dave Bashara and Dustin Lee. Dave hustling down track on the Ray Skillman lane. 8.413 at 164 miles an hour. 8.935 at 149 miles an hour for Dustin Lee. Michael Daddio and Boo Brown up next. I think this will be our last pair of the first time run session, and then we got them loaded in and ready to do the second one. Michael Daddio finished 4th in Top Gas last year with the NHDRO. And Boo Brown over there on the right hand side of the racetrack. RPM's ready to go. They're unleashing the power. The minus sign says red light. That's okay. They're just practicing. Michael Daddio left lane, 8.300 to 167 miles an hour. And Boo Brown at 8.204 to 158 miles an hour. Now we're going to start our second time run. This is time trial number 2 for our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. They get an opportunity to run down each lane before we go into eliminations. How about an 011 to an 010 bulb here as Jay Dean stretches it out down here, 9.585 at 142 miles an hour. And Wally Bryant closes his tab with 11.604 at 110 miles an hour. Here comes Bob Nugent and Corey Lee. Bob Nugent on the left. Corey says, just give me a lane, give me a time slip to work with, and we're all good. Funnel cake! Oh boy, that reminds me. Yeah, those are good. The ice cream shop's got funnel cakes. I just saw one walking by on a plate. It won't last long, I'll tell you that. They're good. Bob Nugent, 974 to 131 miles an hour. Corey Lee, 965 at 136 miles an hour. Hey, guess what? 2 corn dogs for $5 at the Nitro Grill. I'll get over there today before the day's over with. They've got steak burgers, French fries at the Nitro Grill. They're all ready to go with lunch. Lay's potato chips, plain or barbecue. Bavarian pretzels, nachos, salted peanuts, and Tom Cooper and Matt Smith said, what did he say? Corn dogs, we're on that. They're going to get down there and get off the track and go get them a corn dog. Tom Cooper, 887 with a fence post at 152 miles an hour. Matt Smith, 889 with his fence post at 150 miles an hour. Joseph Brandgard and Kevin Grist, a reading left to right, west to east, passing lane to non-passing lane. Take your pick. Joseph Brandgard, Ray Skillman lane. Final time run for our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Joe Brandgard cruises down the west side, 8.626 at 154 miles an hour. Kevin Grist arrived at 10:01 a.m. at 142 miles an hour. And here comes former track champ at Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway, Charles Willis Sr., Ray Skillman Lane, and Tom the Turtle. Tom wants a better run this time, as he had all kinds of trouble out of that left-hand lane, mechanical issues with the motorcycle. So I hope Tom Cole is got things lined out. And I see a little conference going on over there in the right lane. They're picking their feet up and setting them down, checking the sticky out there, I believe. He had all kinds of trouble. Hey, that's the original traction sensor tennis shoes. That was the first device used for traction testing. Good old tennis shoes. Now we got these sophisticated fancy suction gauges with dials on them that says, oh, traction's this much. When we started out with tennis shoes.
No idea. I have no idea that some free program.
Which one are you using? Oh, yeah.
Well,
My 10 girls start trying to use it.
little activity going on at the starting line. I'm not privy to what's going on down there yet. I know they were using their tennis shoes to check the traction down there. I think they're down there thinking about, hey, we're going to order a pizza for lunch. No, you order it. You go get it. Our starting line crew, they do a great job down there. We appreciate everyone's talents they bring to their jobs here at Lucas Oil Raceway. We thank them very much. Couldn't do it without them. I have a funny feeling why we're on a pause, and I don't want to say that 4-letter word. No? Maybe Tom Cole just needed to get a starter up there. I think the Turtle is fired up and ready to go. And Tom needs this run, because that first opportunity down the Ray Skillman lane just didn't go well for Tom. And Tom needs a run on a full pull to get some data to work with. He won't have 2 time slips, he'll just have 1, and we'll have to work off of that. He's in the right lane, Charles Willis Sr. is on the flight down our one-way runway. Tom Cole's 008, he'll like that. Looks like he did get that full pull in, 8.206 at 148 miles an hour for Tom Cole. Charles Willis, 9.530 at 141 miles an hour. Here comes Dave Young and Austin Snibb. Austin on the green machine, out of the Chevrolet Performance lane. He will decorate it with numbers here in just a bit. Looks like Austin did a little 2-step down there. And arriving first is Dave Young, 8.856 at 147 miles an hour to an 8.956 at 144 miles an hour. Janie Palm, Roger Wilhelm steps in. Janie's on third, Roger's on first. They did finally get baseball started. All right, Christmas trees filled out, 2 green apples at the bottom. Well, Janie got 1, Roger got the red one, the red light. And Janie Palm cruising down with a 922 with a 1 at 150 miles an hour. And Roger Wilhelm, 9.287 at 136.69 miles an hour. And here comes Kevin Hoskins. Kevin probably smells them corn dogs from the Nitro Grill. The breeze is going across from right to left at our racetrack. Andrew England is running the Ray Skillman lane. And Kevin owns the 10.165 time slip at 136 miles an hour. And Andrew records a 10.957 at 118 miles an hour. And here comes Michael T. Smith and Rick Poole. I wonder if Rick Poole installs swimming pools. Who knows? Michael T. Smith, Rick Poole squirts out there via that 017 reaction time, and Rick has just found the finish line. 9.016 at 147 miles an hour. Michael T. Smith, 975 with a 2 at 143.46 miles an hour. Bill Baker, I wonder if he's a baker. Randy Parker is parked on the Chevrolet Performance lane with his motorcycle. Bill Baker, set to go. Here they go. 2 green apples hanging on the branches. That's good for a racer. Bill Baker, 8.890 at 142 double nickel miles an hour. And Randy Parker runs to the 911 at 147 miles an hour. Oh, that's the 711. Sorry about that. Patrick Royeto and Mike Schmale, 2 racers that's been in winter circles across the Midwest. A couple of our bike competitors running on the BB Racing box side. How about a 008 for Patrick? He'll love that. Michael won't like his reaction time, but it was a time run. It's okay, Mike. 912 with a 146 for Schmale, and Patrick, 872 at 150 miles an hour. And here comes Chris Hunter, and this is Kiki Jones in the left lane. Chris Hunter, sponsored by Isringhausen Imports. Got his son racing here this weekend as well. Chris has been in a final, I believe, already this year, I think at Coles County Dragway. Let's check it out. Yep, runner-up in the bike class, but it was down at Gateway Motorsports Park, or Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway. Chris is 007 out of the gate and 947 out the back door at 133 miles an hour. And Kiki Jones runs at an 821 at 154 miles an hour. And Nathan Hollingsworth will plug into the Ray Skillman lane, and Carlo Testa is moving in to the Chevrolet Performance side of our racetrack. So the racetrack runs from south to north, and Nathan and Carlo's going to check out the north side of the property. They won't like the minus signs on their report card down here on the scoreboard, but we are still testing. 8.691 at 151 miles an hour for Carlo Testa. Nathan Hollingsworth 8.56 with a donut at 149 miles an hour. Here comes Chris Hunter's son, Zachary Hunter, running under the Isringhausen Imports umbrella, Chevrolet Performance Lane. Jeremy England, a couple of our box racers. RPMs come up, popping and banging going on. Can't go to sleep riding a motorcycle, that's for sure. Jeremy England, wow, is he on a good run down through there? How about, look at that, 170.49 miles an hour, going 777s, feeling lucky today. Zachary Hunter, 9.562 to 136 miles an hour. I think that's our fastest mile per hour. I'll know that once the sheets are printed out. Dwayne Jackson, Tom Ewig, reading left to right, west to east. The tension's building for this big money race. 005 as Thomas basically ambushed the Christmas tree. And Ewig goes 9.14 with a nickel at 141 miles an hour, and Dwayne Jackson 8.85 at 150.50 miles an hour. And here comes Rico Brown, Josh Costa. We're into our final time trial for the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout Motorcycle Riders. First, it's Josh Costa, 8.748, 151 miles an hour. Rico Brown, 904 with 147 mile an hour number to go with that. Dylan Wood, Mike Mullendorf. So Dylan Wood, a couple of our box racers. Dylan's going to run the Ray Skillman lane, the passing lane. So Mike on the oops side of the reaction time goes 8.33 to 153 miles an hour. 9.44 for Dylan Wood at 144 miles an hour. Greg Darm up next, Bad Nell. These two riders have been in a few winners circle in the Midwest. Two of our box racers. Wow, there's our first perfect light of the day. I get to get my ink pen out. I'll tell you what, Greg was 002 on the tree. They just blitzed the bulbs. I think they vaporized them. They burnt the filaments out, got to change the green bulbs. Well, let's get to the numbers. 907 for Thad and 902 for Greg Darm. But wow, Thad perfect on the tree and Darm was 002. Marshall Hutchinson Jr., Damian Solis. Marshall misses the perfect ball by 1 thou, but it's got a tomato color to it. Marshall Hutchinson, 968 with a 3, 132 miles an hour. 899 with an 8, 145 miles an hour. Listen up. BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Once your time runs are done, we're going right into round number 1 of elimination. So make sure you get back to the lanes. And as I mentioned a few times, when we get into eliminations for the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout, box, bikes, are using 17 and 18, and no box bikes are using 13 and 14. Make sure you get into the correct lanes. We'll get you matched up back there as Wesley Wells and Bob Mann go the other way. Bob Mann, 850 with a 0, and Wesley Wells, a second slower, 950 with a 4 at 141 miles an hour. So again, listen up. BB Racing, big bracket shootout riders. We're going to go right into round number 1 as soon as these time runs are done. Box bikes, make sure you're in 17 and 18 for eliminations. No box bikes, make sure you're in 13 and 14 for your eliminations, and we'll get you paired up. The ladders are already available. Sean Bissett blitzing the tree. Dave Griffith heading down the left side of the racetrack. Griffith, 831 with a 653 miles an hour, and Sean rolls through with an 894 at 149 miles an hour. Michael Shelton up next to run Robin Procopio. Looks like Michael Shelton's going to make this run, and Robin is a no-show on the final time run for our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Michael Shelton hustling down over there on the left side, 9.940, 136 is the MPH. And Jeremy Murphy and Scott DeLong roll in. Mike Murphy, the crew chief for Jeremy Murphy. He's got the green rims on that motorcycle over there. Scott's on the blue bike. So very important, BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Round 1 will immediately follow this time run. And box eliminator for the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Box bikes, you'll use 17 and 18. No box eliminations, go to 13 and 14. The ladders will get you paired up. They're down there. Jeremy Murphy, 007 out of the gate. That's better. Scott DeLong heading down the right side very quickly. Scott arrives first, 8.786 at 150 miles an hour, and Jeremy Murphy goes 9.269 at 144 miles an hour. Rodney Bland up next. We're left lane. Gareth Shepard over there on the east side. Decorated racer. Runs National Trail quite a bit. Christmas tree just about to punch him. We'll punch some lights. There we go. Rodney having a little bit of trouble. Gareth heading down track right through the tunnel. Good run for Gareth Shepard. 8 flat at 166 miles an hour for Shepard. Rodney Bland, 1041 at 136 miles an hour. As the tension is building for the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout, round number 1, we need you in those lanes once you get done with your time run. This is the final time run. We're going right into round number 1 for BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. And box eliminators to lane 17 and 18. No box for the big shootout. You'll need to be in 13 and 14. Make sure you're in the right lane. Scott Shepard, 946.9 with 140 mile an hour run. 151 miles an hour for Eric Yost at 898. David Primrose and James Underhill. James Underhill will park it under the Chevrolet Performance scoreboard down there in just a bit. Primrose will grab that red marker and put a number down there on the Ray Skillman lane. Well, Dave loaned his red marker to James, and he went red on the reaction time. Underhill arrives 10:56 at 64 miles an hour, and Primrose goes 8:54 at 151 miles an hour. Dave DeMoss and Bruce Damewood step in. And I'll never forget, ET Finals here a few years back, Dane Wood blew the case, the side right out of that bike, did everything he could but go down. He kept that bike upright, and Dane Wood very disappointed in that. Came back a few years later and won the ET Finals in the bike class. Dane Wood, 881 at 145 miles an hour. And Dave DeMoss goes 886 at 143 miles an hour. Shane Cunningham up next, and Robin Procopio. A couple of our box competitors in our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout getting their final time run in. How about a 12 to 17? Robin had the better light. Procopio rolls through 820 at 157 miles an hour. Shane Cunningham 844 and another 4 for good measure at 151 miles an hour. Brandon Cunningham left lane. Dalton Markham in the Chevrolet Performance lane as we wait for the bike to clear the finish line or the shutdown area down there before we send Brandon and Dalton. And final bike exits down there, the exit ramp off of Route 1320. Here we go. Get ready, Brandon, Dalton. They're gone. Brandon Cunningham streaking down the left side of the racetrack, goes 8.677 at 147.84 miles an hour to Dalton Markham's 8.907 at 142 miles an hour. Here comes Derek Crawford and Brandon Carell. And again, down the top end, we got a slow roller down there, and they are through the chute. Here comes Derek and Brandon. Wow, Brandon was ready. How about a 008 reaction time? Finish line will capture them both. First, Brandon, 9:05.7, 142 miles an hour, and crossing the stripe first was Derek Crawford, 9:01 at 146 miles an hour. Brandon Beckelheimer on the blue machine over here on the east side, and Mark Southern, Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. A couple of our box competitors. About 2 hunts separating the riders as they left down here. Down there, they're waiting, looking for the stripe. Got it. Brandon, 8.811, 150 miles an hour, 8.959 at 146 miles an hour for Mark Southern. Joe Clemmy, Richard Gadsden. Clemmy over there in the Ray Skillman lane. And Richard said, just give me a lane and a time slip. That's what I need to see what I want to dial first round, and it is getting closer. Probably one of the biggest payouts that will happen once we get down to our crowning our champ for our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout race. Joe Clemmy had about 200s as they left down here. Down there, they are side by side on their time run. And Richard Gadsden arrives first, 8.426 at 155 miles an hour. And Joe Clemmy rolls through 8.786 at 144 miles an hour. Mike Rankin, Chevrolet Performance lane. Richard Gadsden, Ray Skillman lane. That's what it says on my screen. That's what I'll go with. Rankin 015 as he zapped the tree, slapped the tree around down there. Mike Rankin 911 with a 0 and 153 for the speed, 161 for Gadsden, and 825 is the ET. And Alexis Baker and Dusty Brazell will be the next pair up. Alexis will lock the Ray Skillman lane in just a few. They're on the low side, high side, tree drops, gone. Alexis Baker, great reaction time out of the Ray Skillman lane. Rolling down the highway, 8.731 for Baker at 146 miles an hour as Dusty goes 9.12 at 144 miles an hour. Here comes Greg Mallett and Kevin Grist. Kevin Grist closest to our racing pit campground over here on the east side of the racetrack. It's good to see all the rigs out there. This place looked like a ghost town during COVID 2 months ago, 3 months ago, but it's great to be back racing. Greg Mallett, 002, as he basically crushes the bulb. I don't hope he didn't break it. Mallett, 002, clean and green, 885 at 151 miles an hour to Kevin Grist, 920 at 144 miles an hour. Mike Wire, Justin Hughes. And I'm going to ask Tim, is that Mike Wire or Meyer? Don't know. We'll find out. I want to make sure of that last name. Justin Hughes takes the early lead, 8th mile, 1,000 foot, done for Justin Hughes, 8.193 at 157 miles an hour. Mike Wire with 918 at 144 miles an hour. Tom Clemmy back up. Bo Drexler, a couple of decorated racers going to make their last time run. Tom Clemmy over there in the Ray Skillman lane. Tom just loves racing drag bikes. He's pretty good at it. Drexler is also another racer that finds his way to the winner's circle. But anybody can win. If you're on the ladder, you can win it. Clemmy, 875 at 145 miles an hour. Drexler, 850 at 153 miles an hour. Here comes Matthew Knaggs, Chevrolet Performance Lane, and bike 860X. I'll have to find out who that is. Alrighty, Matthew, 8.543 to 154 miles an hour, bike 860X, 924, at 138 miles an hour. John Fitzpatrick, gently moving in, already pre-staged out of the Chevrolet Performance Lane. Jimmy Shiflett, Ray Skillman Auto Group Lane. Trying to get that final good number in, and you hope you're running pretty tight on the first time slip. Cruising down the highway. Jimmy Shiflett, 815 with a Ford, 157 miles an hour, and running 149 miles an hour at 861 is John Fitzpatrick. Route 1320 is busy. Well, staging lane is stop and go traffic. Once you get down to the first stoplight and get through the stoplight, traffic's moving pretty quickly down Route 1320. Tom McGowan, right lane, and bike 256, and we'll find out who that one is. As Tom hustles down the right side of the racetrack, that's Tom McGowan's 857 at 154 miles an hour, 886, 151 miles an hour for Team 256. We're trying to get names on these riders as we go along here. Don Stokes, a couple of our box racers will run Jordan Weiss. Don Stokes in the Chevrolet Performance Lane. We'll call it Jordan Weiss. I've seen that name pronounced Weiss. Whatever your preference is. 009 Jordan. Jordan was ready as he coaxed a good bulb out of that Christmas tree on the Ray Skillman Lane. Jordan, 9895, 128 miles an hour as Don Stokes gets there first with a 912 at 140 mile an hour pass. And here comes Robert Sanders and Chad Isley. Robert Sanders, Ray Skillman Lane, Chad Isley, and I say that he'll drive anything with tires on it, and he runs several classes. ET finals, he's usually here, and he'll compete in like 3 different classes. That's going to be hard to do. How about that? Look at that. Take that, Christmas tree. 001 left and right. Wow, they just vaporized it. Sanders 910 to Isley's 870. Sanders 139 miles an hour, 148 miles an hour. I'll tell you what, they leaned on the tree. They didn't break it, but boy did they lean on it. Jeremy Hicks, Roy Hagedorn up next, reading left to right. Tree drops, bikes are gone. How about a 008 and a 009? You don't think these riders are in the zone or trying to get in the zone? So Roy goes 888 with a deuce, 145 miles an hour. Jeremy Hicks goes 82, threw a couple Cheerios on the end of that number at 152 miles an hour. Eric Birchfield and Dan McCartan said, "Give me a turn." They got to roll in, and then we can roll them on down the highway with the auto start. It'll kick in gear. There goes Eric and Dan. How about 008 Eric? He'll love that reaction time. Of course, they always want better, don't they? 9.086 for Eric Birchfield at 139 miles an hour. Dan McCartan, 932 as Terry Hoke and Mike Mayday step in. Terry Hoke's in left field. Michael Mayday's in right field.
There's rain coming towards us.
We still got that east wind. It's not too bad. Flags are gently blowing. It's not too strong. Overcast skies. It looks like a November sky here in August 1st. Michael Mayday. 891 with a 7, 148 miles an hour. 890 with an 8 at 150 miles an hour for Terry Hoke. How about Joe Deck, Doug Fisher? Joe Deck with that silver and white motorcycle. Doug Fisher riding the white motorcycle.
We should be starting eliminations after this things almost clear out.
Trying to find that sweet spot on the starting line, and they'll try to stick with it all day. Oh, Doug Fisher flirting with that perfect light. Oh, with a fence post for a reaction time for Fisher. 939, 141 miles an hour. Joe Deck taking care of business. 8.264 to 154 miles an hour. Here comes Rick Perry and Kyle Dollamore. Kyle on that red motorcycle in our Chevrolet Performance Lane, getting into that racer mode stance on that motorcycle. And looks like Kyle has just got the horsepower to get there first. 819 at 156 miles an hour to Rick Perry's 903 to 147 miles an hour. Dave Tybert, Mark Wagner. It'll read right to left this time. So Mark riding that cool jet black bike with the red flames on it. $1,000 sends him to the quarter mile. Dave goes 8:32 at 152 miles an hour. Wagner 8:41 at 154 miles an hour. Dave Liguri and Bill Homan step in. That's a pretty cool wrap over there for Dave Liguri. Got that red and black striping. Pretty cool. The green bike, Bill Homuth, Ray Skillman Lane, he'll park it there for just a bit, but parking is not things racers like to do. They like to go fast and go down the racetrack, turn on wind lights, keep racing. Who gets there first? It'll be right lane, Dave Liguri, 8:57 at 151 miles an hour to Bill Homuth's 9:04 at 140 miles an hour. Heath McQuinn steps in with his green motorcycle. Heath looks to the left. There's Mike Downs that's going to run alongside on our one-way runway. Ready, set, go! Oh, they go too quick. That's okay in time runs. Heath is on a run down there, 8.095, 155 miles an hour, and 11:33 for Mike Downs at 104 miles an hour. And the maroon machine of Mike Wagner, left-hand lane, and here comes Ron Arnold. Ron Arnold, the Street Fighter champ last year. Mike Wagner stringing it out, 146 miles an hour with an 865 to go with it. Ron Arnold at 150 miles an hour. And here comes John Markham and Darren Liguri. John Markham won our ET Finals last year in Division 3 at Lucas Oil Raceway, was not able to go out to Pomona, and I think Mike Kruger went in his place. Markham's won 2 ET Finals, won one down in Division 2, went out to Pomona, and I believe he won out there at the World Finals. John Markham cruising down the racetrack, 8.93 at 141 miles an hour to another 8.93 by Darren Liguri at 142 miles an hour. Ronnie Woodall Sr. and Wade Smith are going to create a time slip. So again, BB Racing, big bracket shootout. As soon as you get your second time run in, need to get back to the lanes to get paired up. Box class at 17 and 18, no box. Shootout racers at 13 and 14 as Wade Smith goes 9:04 to Ronnie Woodall's 9:35. Both of them in the 140 mile an hour range. Here goes Eric Harmon and Mac McAdams. McAdams over here in the Chevrolet Performance lane. Wearing those orange and black leathers, that's Mac McAdams. Another bike with some flames on it. That's pretty cool. It's always cooler to have flames painted on your bike than having real flames coming out around the engine. Eric Harmon, Ray Skillman Lane. Whoa, 008 for Mac McAdams. He's coming hard down at the top end. McAdams runs 8:58 at 151 miles an hour, 3 mile an hour faster is Eric Harmon at 8:34. Here comes Dustin Lee and Craig Adams. Dustin will run down Ray Skillman lane. Last year, Street ET Bike Champ Dustin Lee and Craig Adams will roll alongside. Dustin 009 on the tree as he goes 892 with a nickel at 149 miles an hour. Adams 875 with a nickel at 146 miles an hour. They don't have any more nickels in their pockets. Ben Knight, Jason Keller up next. Jason Keller with that big drag slick on the back of that motorcycle. These are a couple of our box competitors. Got to be getting close to finishing up our 2-time runs for our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. And again, competitors need to be back in the lanes. Box bikes, the 17 and 18. No box should be in 13 and 14. Jason Keller just training it down here. 164 mile an hour for Jason Keller at 782. 853 for Ben Knight at 156 miles an hour. Kevin Adams up next to run Brunson Grothis. It's not so much how fast you run, it's cutting the tree down and running the number. Sounds easy, it is not, but these riders make it look easy. They're very good at what they do. Brunson just, how about 173 mile an hour? I think that's the second bike that's been into that zone. 8.251 for Brunson Grothis. Kevin Adams, 935 at 146 miles an hour. Here comes Boo Brown, Ronnie Woodall Jr. Hey, a lot of our riders like to chase. They can size up their opponent at the finish line if you're coming from behind. And a lot of racers like to prefer to be on the fast bike, but hey, you can win from any position on the ladder. Boo Brown, Ronnie Woodall, reading left to right. Boo Brown cruises close to the center line down there as he leans that bike to the left. 820 to 159 miles an hour. Ronnie Woodall, 004 on the tree, 937 ET. At 137.18 miles an hour. Dalton Markham, Rashad Rowe will step in. They got the table reserved for just a bit. Dalton will be on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. So an opportunity for our riders to try out each lane with the 2-time runs. And again, we want to welcome CycleDrag.com in the house this weekend. They're live streaming as well. You bet. You guys do a great job too. We need all the live streamers. Great exposure that you provide for our customers. Thank you. All right, Dalton Markham, triple eights, and he threw another 8 on the pile just to make it good. 142 miles an hour. Rashad Rowe, 914, and he used an 8 at 145 miles an hour. Dave Richard and Tylen Beckelheimer up next. Race fans, CycleDrag.com is here this weekend covering the big show. Make sure to like CycleDrag.com on Facebook and subscribe to CycleDrag on YouTube to see all the videos. Tell your friends at home to watch live on CycleDrag.com Facebook page. CycleDrag, if there are fast motorcycles, we are in, and we got them and they're in. Dave Bashar goes 828 with a deuce, 165 miles an hour to Tylen Beckelheimer's 918 with a 5 at 145 miles an hour. Michael Daddio going solo. Michael Daddio finished 4th in Top Gas last year in our points chase. Another one of our box competitors on the ladder, getting their final time runs in. 824 at 171 miles an hour. I believe that's 3 bikes into 170 mile an hour range down at the top end. Here comes Jeremy Teasley. I think Jeremy was up here watching about 20 minutes ago. Another one of our box competitors, Jeremy Teasley. So Jeremy Teasley, a runner-up here last year in Crazy Comp bike class at Lucas Oil Raceway, finished 7th in Crazy Comp, finished 5th in Top Gas. Street ET champ a couple years ago, Jeremy Teasley, 002. He was up here watching the tree a little while ago, 828 at 100 booming speed, 178.71 miles per hour. So we got a few bikes in the 170 mile an hour range, and it looks like all right, the no box big bracket shootout ladder is on the column, I believe under our bridge down there, and it is also back in staging. So the BB Racing big bracket shootout ladder has been posted. I believe it's on the column under our archway there for Lucas Oil Raceway, and there's also one in the staging lanes as well. So it looks like we're doing a little touch up on our starting line area, and I'm telling you, we are so close for the big show with the NHDRO BB Racing Bracket Shootout. $62,000 is up for grabs. If you happen to lose second round, BB Racing of the BB Racing Bracket Shootout, there will be a raffle for, it looks like a $500 gift certificate towards any Fuel Tech USA product purchased through Liguori Drag Racing. And we do want to thank our sponsors for providing prizes this weekend. Carrillo's providing a $300 gift certificate. Vanson Leathers, a pair of gloves. Part of the big show. Fuel Tech, $500 gift certificate purchased through Liguori Drag Racing. If you happen to lose second round, there'll be a raffle for that. Fuel Spectrum Power, providing battery. APE will have $1,500 gift certificates. BB Racing, the sponsor of the bracket shootout, LED dial board. KJ Shell House, personalized Sensi warmer and wax for the perfect light. And Tim Haley, free digital of Racer's photo with Eat My Ink. So again, we thank all of our companies here for providing prizes. With the NHDRO race, it's the big show, the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Don't forget about the Nitro Grill and their specials. 2 corn dogs for $5. They've got steak burgers and fries. They'll throw cheese on either one of those. Pork. All right, no box, BB Racing, Big Bracket Shootout. Brian's down there with the ladder. If you're not down there in 5 minutes, he's going to go without you. So again, Brian Welch is down there with the ladder. We're running no box first. We're going to send him in 5 minutes, and if you're not there, you're going to get left at the train station. All right, no box, no box. You are running first. We're going to go in 5 minutes. If you're not there, the train is going to leave the train station. Brian's got the ladder down there trying to get them matched up. No box. Need you to 13 and 14. No box to 13 and 14. We're leaving in 5 minutes. Now 4 minutes. All right, no box bikes. You should be there because we are going. All right, no box should be there. They're getting them paired up back there. We're going to send them. No box should be in 13 and 14, round number 1 of the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. If you're not there, you're late. The train is leaving the train station. All righty, no box, round number one. The tension's been building for quite a while, and now it's going to happen. Wally Bryant, Kiki Jones. Wally's going to dial an 1160, and Kiki's going to dial an 825. Jones will run the right lane. And one of my favorite races that start out is these races where Kiki's going to sit there and like, when do I get to go? As Wally will be heading down into the next county, and then Kiki will be starting to work. All right, round number one. Here we go. Wally Bryant over there in the Ray Skillman lane, and Kiki Jones. There you go. And Wally Bryant goes red, and Kiki Jones will secure the first win on the ladder. Wally missed the tree by 8 thousandths of a second. Kiki goes 833 off the 825 dial, and Wally goes 1181 off the 1160 dial. So Kiki Jones is the first to advance to the next round. Hey, BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout Box Bikes should be in 17 and 18. Here goes Tom Cooper and Dave DeMoss. Tom Cooper dialing 887 out of the Ray Skillman lane. Dave DeMoss 884 out of the Chevrolet Performance lane. And away they go. We're clean. We're green. We're good. Finish line waiting for him. Winner is Dave DeMoss. Runs 891 off the 884 dial. Dave had a great light. Tom did not. Tom's 894 off the 887 dial. So David DeMoss advances. Jake Versha, dialing 1015, Ray Skillman lane. Dwayne Jackson slides in with an 890 dial in the Chevrolet Performance lane. So third pair to go down the racetrack, and we are narrowing the field down as we speak. Dwayne, the last to cycle in, and another red light. This time, Jake Versha cut the red light out on the tree. Dwayne Jackson will advance. Dwayne Jackson going to run it down, runs 884 with a 9 off the 890 dial, and Jake's day is done, 1019 off the 1016 dial, and here comes Jeremy Murphy. Ray Skillman lane, dialing 928, dialing 200s quicker is Michael T. Smith out of the Chevrolet Performance lane. All right, trees dropping, riders gone. They're both green, and the race is on. 8th mile, 1,000 foot, quarter mile winner is Jeremy Murphy out of the Ray Skillman lane, 932 off the 928 dial. Michael T. Smith gave up 7 hunt on the tree and breaks out with a 917. So Jeremy Murphy advances. Here's Andrew England, Mark Southern. Andrew England, Ray Skillman lane, dialing 1095. Will go on vacation first, and Mark will chase with an 896 dial. And Mark goes red. Andrew England is your winner. Andrew was tardy on the tree and got a break. Hey, you take a break whenever you can get it. Andrew England is your winner. 1098 off the 1095 dial, and Mark bows out via the red light, 904 off the 896 dial. Joseph Brandgard up next to run Michael Schmalley. Schmalley will lead first in the right lane with a 912 dial, and Joe will chase with an 863 dial out of the west side of the racetrack. Red light for Schmalley, win light for Joseph Brandgard. Joseph, 060 on the tree. He had the only green light, and the pair runs 1 over the dial for the win. Schmalley, 5 over the dial. that goes red by 15 thou, and Jamie Palm and Scott Shepard step in. Scott dialing 948 will lead first on the yellow motorcycle, and the Worldwide Racing Technology Raceway Gateway, Jamie Palm will chase with a 920 dial. Janie's going to try to make the Ray Skillman scoreboard light up. We're going to have to wait a bit. We're clean, we're green, we're gone, we're good. Win light shines for Janie Palm. Janie 3 over the dial, takes the stripe and the win by 34 thou. Scott gave up too much on the reaction time, runs dead on the number with a 7, and Janie Palm takes the win. Damian Salas, right lane with an 899, will be chased by Brandon Bachmeyer's 880 dial. Brandon will be in the Ray Skillman lane, the passing lane, and he will be trying to make a pass down there at the finish line. Another good start. Here we go. We got to wait for the Christmas present at the finish line, and the win light goes to Brandon Bachmeyer. Brandon was 3 over the dial. Damian took the strike, gave up 200ths at the start, breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Gordon Colton up next. Ray Skillman lane dial at 967 will be chased by Wade Smith with a 903 dial. So round number 1, no box side of the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Here, I'll move this out of the way. There you go. All right, 2 more green lights staring at us on our screen. Who's going to win it? It will be Gordon Colton, 976. That was a great race. Wade Smith was in it till the end. Wade just gave up too much at the start. Gordon put it in reverse down there and takes the stripe and wins it by 12 thousandths of a second. Derek Crawford rolls in to run Carlo Testa. Nine flat for Derek Crawford, and Derek Crawford wins that 11-inch race. Carlo goes red by 9 thou, and Derek Crawford picks the win up. Dwayne Jackson right lane, Mike Wire left lane, away we go. We got a race, we got a barber. Whoa! Dwayne was hugging that center line down there. The win goes to Mike Wire, and Dwayne Jackson off the number, no surprise. He was so close to that center line down there. Mike Wire takes the win, 2 over the dial. And I had a funny feeling Dwayne had to back out of the power down there before he crossed the center line. Richard Gadsden up next to run Lowell Pugh. Lowell with a 948 dial will lead first. There he goes. Here comes Richard Gadsden. 1,000 foot, they are side by side winner. Richard Gadsden, 1 over the dial for the win. Richard was behind 200ths. Lowell may have cut him loose down there, and Richard takes the win. Lowell was 956 off the 948 dial. Ron Arnold, Nathan Hollingsworth. Ron Arnold, Ray Skillman lane dial at 891. 862 for Nathan Hollingsworth. And Ron Arnold misses the tree by 1/1000th of a second, handing the win to Nathan Hollingsworth. Nathan got a free run at it, and I'm going to believe Nathan's going to dial a little different when he comes back. Ron Arnold, 892 off the 891, but 001 red. Corey Lee up next to run Heath McQuinn. Heath, right lane, dialing 810. 965 for Corey Lee. So again, box bikes should already be at 17 and 18 for your first round. All right, Heath McQuinn's got to trust that motorcycle. There goes Corey. Here comes Heath. The wind light shines for Corey Lee. Corey was 968 off the 965 dial. Corey had a ton in the bank at the start. Heath McQuinn just could not make up the deficit. Corey Lee winner. Tom McGowan steps in to run Josh Costa. Costa dialing 876. Tom's going to dial 886. And they'll leave just about as one. Just about 100th separating the dials. All right, the box ladder has been posted down there at the base of the arch down there on the post. Winner, Josh Costa, stayed on top of the hill, runs 2 over his dial. Tom making up for that 400th deficit on the tree, breaks out with an 884 off the 886 dial. Josh Costa will advance. Sean Bazette, Robin Procopio up next. Sean will lead first with an 894 dial left lane. Robin will chase with an 820 dial out of the east side of the racetrack. Robin Procopio throws a 13 thousandths package out there and says, we're going to round number 2. Robin dead on the number with a 7, 006 on the tree, and Sean breaks out by 7 thou trying to make up the difference. Dusty Brazil and Dave Tybert up next. Dusty in the left lane will lead first. 914's the plan, and David, after the time runs, throws an 832 on our blackboard down there. All righty. Winner, Dusty Brazil, 920 off the 914 dial as Dusty carved out about 600ths on the tree, and Dave had to try to close the gap, had to spin the reserve and breaks out. So Dusty Brazil will advance. Rashad Rowe, Tylen Beckelheimer step in. Rashad dialing 915, Tylen dialing about 400 slower and a 919. This will be fun. Side by side we'll go for a quarter of a mile. And Rashad goes red. Tylen's your winner. Tylen was ready. Ambush the tree. 005 clean and green for Beckelheimer. Runs dead on the number with an 8 for a 13 pack. And Tylen, he'll grab that time slip and he'll have a smile on his face. Rashad, 922 off the 915 dial. Tylen Beckelheimer, winner. Rick Perry, Kevin Grist up next. Rick Perry, 902 left lane. Kevin Grist, 918 right lane. Tree is just about ready to send them. Who's going to grab the Christmas present down at the end of the racetrack? Who's going to get the shiny new bicycle? It'll be Kevin Grist. Dead on the number with a donut for the win by 27 thou. Kevin took the stripe and the win. Rick Perry, 904. Perry was 6 thou behind on the tree, and just a great race. Kevin Adams steps in, 932 dial right side. Jay Dean plugs in an 897. This is our no box side of our Double B BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout, and Jay Dean goes red. Kevin Adams winner. Jay Dean 001 red. Sometime you press the tree and it's not kind. Kevin Adams, 933 off the 932 dial and the win. Mac McAdams steps in to run Eric Yost. Eric in the right lane, 893 leaves first. Mac will chase with an 860 dial. They say first round can be the toughest round. Once you get into the groove and turn on a few wind lights, it really, you get in that zone. And a red light for Eric Yost, wind light Mac McAdams. McAdams will have a free run at it. 860 is what he's looking for. How about dead 7 for McAdams? He's ready. Eric, 903 after the red light start. Here comes Eric Birchfield and Jimmy Shiflett. Jimmy with an 815 dial will wait 2 bulbs before he leaves. Eric with a 907 dial right lane will take off and try to hold off the charging Jimmy Shiflett. Red light Eric, wind light Jimmy Shiflett. Jimmy looking for an 815, goes 817. Eric was 912 off the 907. Eric's like, I didn't mean to do that. Can I have a do-over? Nope, sorry, Eric. Terry Hope, Mike Rankin up next. Terry in the race Gilman lane, dialing 891. And Michael Rankin will give chase with an 875. I'll tell you what, Mike's fighting the bike and he's still fighting it. He's looking down at it. Hope Terry's looking behind. And he was. Terry Hoke is your winner. Mike just fighting that motorcycle and he's like, come on motorcycle, not now. But Terry Hoke is the winner, 931 off the 891 dial. Terry looking over his shoulder, wanted to make sure he didn't break out. Dustin Lee, Richard Gadsden up next. Dustin Lee, 893 dial. West side, Richard Gadsden, 827, will chase. Still on the no box side, round number 1. Good old race heading out. Well, that finish line's going to get really active here pretty soon. Winner is Dustin Lee, 897 off the 893 dial. Richard had the light by 300ths. And 834 came up for Gadsden at the finish line. Dustin Lee just goes down there and aggressively drives the finish line. Got it there first and won by 7 thousandths was the margin of victory. Here comes Rico Brown, Mark Wagner. There goes Rico. Here comes Mark. 1,000 foot, they're side by side. Winner will be Mark Wagner, dead on the number with a 0 to take down Rico Brown. Rico was 909 off the 905 dial. Mark Wagner goes to round 2. And Boo Brown, Ben Knight step in. Boo Brown, 820 dial, right side, 852 for Ben Knight in the Ray Skillman lane. Pre-stage, we're sitting on the bulbs. Hopefully they filled up the fuel tanks. Here comes Ben in. Boo will step in before the timeout. We're ready. We're gone. Red like Boo Brown, win like Ben Knight. Ben Knight gets a free time run. 8:52 was what he was looking for. Goes 8:54. Boo Brown, 8:29 off the 8:20 dial. So Ben Knight will advance. Jeremy Teasley and Chad Isley. OMG. This looks more like a final than a first round matchup. Chad Isley dialing 876, Jeremy Teasley with 825. And this is going to be a good race. Chad Isley, right lane, Teasley. Both of these riders have been in quite a few finals around the Midwest. This is going to be good. I'm going to sit back and watch this one. Winner goes to Jeremy Teasley. Isley had the light by about 0.04 of a second. And Jeremy Teasley goes down there and steals Isley's stake right off his plate. Teasley took the strike, takes the win by 42 10,000ths of a second. Teasley 2 over the dial. Isley was over by 6. Wesley Wells up next. Michael Daddio pulls into the right side of the racetrack. Wesley Wells dialing 949. Michael will dial 8 and he'll throw another quarter down there on the scoreboard. And Wesley Wells is your winner. He had the only green light in that pair. Daddio goes red. Wesley goes to round 2. 951 off the 949 dial for Wells. Daddio, 829 off the 825 dial. So Wesley Wells is your winner. As Kevin Hoskins and Dave Bashar had a front row seat to that. We're still in no box, round 1 of our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Dave Bashar, 820. He'll wait till tomorrow to leave. Kevin leaves today with a 1008 dial. Wow, giant wheel stand for Kevin, but he's got the red light shining on the left lane. Dave is your winner. So Dave dialing the 820, taking it easy down there as the 839 pops up. Dave's your winner. Kevin, 1031 off the 1008 dial. And here comes Ken Selner and Randy Parker. And Randy Parker heads down track. And I want to say that was a competition buy as Parker goes 911 off the 912 dial. Randy Parker moves on. Ken Selner not able to ring the bell. Here comes Rick Poole. He'll dial 9 flat, and looks like Paul Payne Jr. is not going to be able to answer the call. So Rick Poole on the competition buy, heads down track, 9 flat, we'll throw that in the system. And goes 904 to 147 miles an hour. Charles Willis Sr. looks like a competition buy, was to run Eddie Johnson. Well, Charles Willis Sr. on his competition buy is looking for a 950.010 reaction time. And 956 at 140 miles an hour. And I believe that That takes care of our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout No Box. Round number 1 is in the books. All right, let's get started here with Joe Clemmy, Ray Skillman Lane, Zachary Hunters, and Joe Clemmy's going to dial 877. Zach's going to dial a 954 out of the right side of the racetrack. And Zachary Hunter goes red, winners Joe Clemmy. Zachary knew he had to take a shot at the tree because Joe Clemmy's usually on his game. Clemmy, 878 for the win off the 877 dial. Hunter was 956 off the 954 dial. Here comes David Primrose and Dad Chris Hunter. So Chris Hunter's going to try to carry the flag for the Hunter Racing team as he saw Zachary, his son, bow out right ahead of him. Running for Isran House and Imports, Chris Hunter dialing 944 in the Chevrolet Performance lane, and Chris looks left, and the Dave Primrose standing in the way to round 2. 854 for David. This is round number 1 of the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. This is our box side of our ladder. Oh, we got a race. We got a barn burner. Here comes Dave Primrose sticking her in high gear, trying to get there. And Chris Hunter holds them off for the win by 43 thousandths of a second. Chris Hunter took the strike. Chris was ahead by only 2 thou on the Christmas tree, and I want to say Primrose probably had some mechanical issues down there. Here comes Bob Nugent. Left lane, Rodney Bland with the 990 dial. Bob dial at 974. We got another good race. Oh, we're going to light up the scoreboard in a minute for Bob Nugent. Bob is 2 over the dial, takes the win by 15 thousandths of a second. Bland 5 over the dial. Bland had the light by 8 thou, but Bob Nugent takes the stripe in the win. Here comes Dave Young and Austin Stidham. Dave's going to dial 887. Austin with an 896. Round number 1 of the box side. Red light, Dave Young. Win light, Austin Stidham. Austin was ready. 008 clean and green for Austin for the win. Breaks out by 7 thou. Austin was holding a little bit. Young, disappointed. Let's just put it that way. Shane Cunningham steps in to run Matt Smith. 890 for Matt Smith, Ray Skillman Lane. Shane Cunningham, 847. Will be on the right side of the Christmas tree. Ooh, good drag race going on here. Shane Cunningham is coming hard down at the top end. Can he get there? Yes, he does. Cunningham, winner. 3 over the dial, 004 on the tree, 9 thou margin of victory as Cunningham took the stripe and the win for Matt Smith. Smith behind on the tree, 2 Hun, and runs 892. So good race there. Bruce Danewood up next, right lane, 881, and Jeremy England feeling lucky, dialing those 777s. So Bruce Danewood, bike number 312. This will be a good matchup, round number 1. Watch Jeremy England. I think that's one of our 170 mile an hour bikes. I'm not sure, but the wind light shines for Jeremy England. Well, Jeremy was holding about 200s. Danewood fell off the number. You know, I think there's deception games that go on at the finish line, but England wins it by 29 thou from Bruce Danewood. Mike Wagner steps in to run Roger Wilhelm. Mike Wagner, 866 dial, Ray Skillman Lane, 929 for Roger Wilhelm. A lot of strategy is played down at the finish line area. Mike Wagner, your winner, 004 on the tree, takes the margin of victory by 18 thou from Roger Wilhelm. Roger, 931 off the 929 dial, but Roger gave up just about 900ths. And Mike Wagner steps in and takes the win. Here comes Alexis Baker and Mike Mullendore. Alexis Baker, dialing 872, is on the red side. Mike Mullendore is your winner. Mike had the only green light in the pair, and Mullendore takes it down, 835 off the 833 dial for the win, and Alexis Baker ended up being 7 over the dial after the red light start. So Mike Mullendore will be back round number 2. Here comes Bill Baker and John Fitzpatrick. Bill Baker likes 8s as he's decorated his art board down there with 888s. John Fitzpatrick, an 863, will run alongside. Pre-stage, John's the last to go in and will be the last to leave. 8th mile done, 1,000 foot done, quarter mile, here they come. Winner, Bill Baker, 892 by 14 thou. Baker took the stripe and the win from Fitzpatrick. Hey, you can't give up 400s as John runs tighter on the dial, 864 off the 863, but Baker made him pay for that deficit on the reaction time. Tom Ewig, Thad Neld up next. This will be a great drag race. Tom Ewig, 915 left side, 907 for Thad. And Thad goes red, and Thomas goes perfect on the tree for the win. Thomas Ewig, winner, perfect on the tree, runs 920 out the back door off the 915 dial. Thad was 3 over the dial, but 008 red. Ewig made me get out my ink pen, and we got 2 perfect lights today. Doug Fisher and Brunson Grothus. So Doug Fisher, left lane, 938 dial, will be chased by Brunson Grothus' 826 dial motorcycle. Hang on, here we go. Oh, Oh, this will be good. Now, Brunson's way behind. I think he's got that 170 mile an hour motorcycle. Can he get there? No way, Jose. Fisher takes the win by 11 thousandths of a second. Brunson holding about 100th at the start. Runs off the number a little bit. May have cut Doug Fisher loose, hoping he'd break out, and he didn't. Justin Hughes, Dave Liguri up next. We'll put Justin on the passing lane with an 817, and he'll be doing that. Dave leaves first with the 857 dial. Just about one bulb head start for Dave. Handicap 3, we've got it awake and working. Dave steps in last. He'll be the first to leave. There he goes. Here comes Justin. Wow. Who's going to grab the brass ring? It'll be Dave Liguri by 77 ten-thousandths of a second. Dave was 100th ahead on the tree. Runs 862. Justin runs 822 off the dial. And I'm going to say this. Check the front of their shoes. They were dragging their shoes from the 1,000 foot to the finish line. Here comes Bob Mann and Matthew Knaggs. Bob Mann dialing 850, Ray Skillman Lane, and red light for Matthew, win light for Bob Mann. Bob Kemper green, Matt did not. Bob breaks out by 6th thou, and Matt runs 4 over the dial, but Bob Mann will advance to round 2. Greg Darm, Rob Sanders up next. Greg Darm, your winner, as Robert Saunders hits the red light flight northbound and runs 9:12. Greg Darm takes the win. He was holding a few as he breaks out, but he's got the W. All right, listen up. No box. The BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. No box bites. Need you back to lanes 13 and 14 for round number 2. Let's roll. BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Round number 2, no box. Back to 13 and 14. Brandon Cunningham, Patrick Royeto. Patrick Royeto, your winner. As Brandon got caught leaving the office early out of the left lane, Patrick Royeto is your winner. I believe Patrick was holding a few, 867 off the 873 dial, but the driver ambushes the tree for the win. Dalton Markham and Rick McWaters. Wow, what a matchup here. Markham, this is Dalton Markham, dialing 889, Ray Skillman Lane. He looks right, and Rick McWaters standing in the way to round 2. So Rick, he'll throw a 9 down there. He pulled a quarter out of his pocket, put it down there, and try to run that number. No box, no box. BB Racing, Big Bracket Shootout, no box. Need you back to lanes 13 and 14. Let them roll. This is going to be fun at the finish line. Winner, Rick McWaters, 007 clean and green. 2 over the dial for the win. Dalton Markham runs 894 off the 889 dial. Dalton may have cut Rick McWaters loose, hoping he'd break out. Didn't happen. McWaters, winner. Brandon Carell, Joe Deck. Joe Deck dialing 825. We'll let Brandon leave first with a 907 and then try to run him down. Route 1320, this is where the action is for our BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Can Joe Deck reel in the fish? Yes, he does. Joe Deck takes the win by 13 thou, had 2 thou on the tree. runs 1 over the dial. Brandon runs 2 over the dial. Joe Deck just goes flying by for the win. Michael Downs, Dan McCartan. Michael Downs, Ray Skillman Lane, 951. Dan will chase with a 932 dial. Red light, Mike Downs. Win light, Dan McCartan. Dan was ready. Dan bent the tree over with a 003 bulb, and Mike Downs broke the tree with a red light start. Dan McCartan breaks out by 3 thou, and that brings up Dave Griffith and Michael Mayday. Michael Mayday dialing 891. He'll lead first, and half a volt behind will be Dave Griffith with an 831. All right, no box. Don't let the train leave without you. No box needs you back to 13 and 14 for pairings. What a race. Winner, Michael Mayday. 1 over the dial. Dave Griffith was 3 over the dial. Dave had the light, but Mike Mayday takes the stripe and the win by .011. All right, no box. Should be back to 13 and 14. Don't let the train leave without you. Ronnie Woodall Sr., 933 left lane. Darren Ligori, 892. Yes, let's watch the scoreboard. This is a tight race. Winner shines for Darren Ligori. Darren was behind on the tree, ran 2 over the dial, and Ronnie Woodall's GPS took the shortcut, and the breakout route came up for Woodall. 931 off the 933. Darren Ligori, winner. Michael Shelton steps up. He'll play first base with a 995. Jordan will play third base with a 988 dial. Oh, we got a good race here. They need the tower at the finish line so I can watch the gamesmanship down there. Winner is going to Michael Shelton by 21 thousandths of a second. Shelton 3 over the dial. Jordan Weiss 5 over the dial in a tight one. Dean Moore, Scott DeLong up next. 879 for Scott DeLong and 858 for Dean Moore. Looks like our flags are trying to come out of the northeast a little bit. That's going to create a little bit of a headwind. I'm sure the riders are watching those flags. And a win light for Dean Moore. Scott got a little anxious down there and pressed the tree, got caught as Dean Moore takes the win. Dean breaks out by 5 thou, and Scott DeLong was 880 off the 879 dial, but Dean Moore's got the invitation to round number 2. John Markham and James Underhill step in. John Markham, Ray Skillman Lane, 894 dial. And John Markham secures the win. 1 green apple hanging on the tree, and John owns it. Underhill misses the tree by 2 thou, and he's coasting very slowly down there. It's disappointing as a rider when you turn on that red light. It's very disappointing. John Markham takes the win, breaks out by 3, but Markham will advance. Gareth Shepard and Roy Hagedorn trying to get out of this very tough first round. Gareth dialing 801 right side. Roy leaves first with an 889. was 003 out of the tree, 7 over the dial at the top end. And Roy takes the win, going 3 over the dial. I want to think Gareth Shepard maybe had some mechanical issues down track, being off the pace that far. But anyway, Don Stokes pulls in to run Craig Adams. Don Stokes dialing 911. Craig's going to dial 875. Oh. Clean and green, the race is on. Here comes Craig Adams reeling in that left lane. All there looking side by side at each other down there on the double rakeout. Don Stokes takes the win. Don breaks out by 4 thou. Craig breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Whoever breaks out the least is your winner. That had to be a great look down there at the finish line. Kyle Dollamore and Ronnie Woodall Jr. step in. Ronnie Woodall, 936 left lane, 820 for Kyle Dollamore. And Ronnie Woodall Jr. will advance as Kyle pressing the tree, but goes up red with a 002 light. And Ronnie takes the win. Dead on the number with a 7. Kyle was on the breakout route by 9 thousandths. So Ronnie Woodall Jr. goes to round 2. Here comes Jeremy Hicks and Bill Homuth. Bill on the green bike with a 905 dial, and Jeremy Hicks will chase out of the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, putting in an 820. He deposited 820 in the bank, and he wants to withdraw all of it down there at the bank on the Ray Skillman side of the track. Well, I'll tell you what, Bill was 001 on the tree, and Jeremy was not, as Bill goes down there and he just aggressively takes the stripe and the win with a 906. And Jeremy's 824, so Bill will have to keep the toolbox out and ready to go. Here comes Roy Safried Jr. and Tom Clemming. Tom Clemming dialing 876, Roy dialing 890. This is a pretty tough first round matchup between these two. I guarantee you, you're in for a treat. All I want is 2 green apples hanging on the branches down there. I got both of them, got my wish. Winner, Roy Safried Jr. He stayed on top of the hill with an 891 off the 890 dial. And Tom Clemming went through the tunnel on the breakout route, breaking out by 4 thousandths of a second. Clemming took the stride, and it did not work out. Eric Harmon, Bo Drexler up next. Bo in the Chevrolet Performance lane, dialing 851. He'll lead first, and 2 hunk behind is Eric Harmon's 835. Drexler having problems down there. Drexler had the light, and it looked like the bike stumbled, and the rider, you could read the emotions on the body language down there, and Eric Harmon will advance down at the top end. So for whatever reason, Drexler's motorcycle, the power went away. I know he was fighting it just a little bit, and Eric Harmon will advance. Well, Mother Nature just won't leave us alone, and we're just going to have to take a break in the action.
Almost got both rounds in.
Yeah,
Pretty close.
yeah,
I give them credit. They moved it very nice.
absolutely. Put a dent in it.
I was like, how long did we race the ring?
Hello? Yes. I'm in the media suite at Raceway Park. $60,000 bracket.
Oh.
The ones is like covered in water.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was surprised they let the last pair go. Any- Anyway, hold on, we've got to.
All right, it sounds like our box, I think there's 4 pair that's going to run to complete round 1. No box should be in your appropriate lanes. No box, you should already be in 13 and 14 for round number 2. Got a few to run for the round 1 of our box side of our ladder. And we are just about ready to go hot on the racetrack. All right, our ready line has got some riders ready to turn on some wind lights as we will conclude the box side of our ladder. We don't have many pairs to run. We'll get that done. And then we've got our no box round 2 in lane 13 and 14. And they will follow right behind as we try to get round number 1 finished.
Changed my shorts.
Oh, what happened?
Getting warm out.
So the first pair you will see, both of them have competition buys, and to try to speed things up, we're just going to run them together. And that'll be our first pair. They actually, each one has a competition buy, but they will run together simply to try to save some time. All right, round number 2 of no box is going to be right behind finishing up round 1 here.
What's your hat?
Nothing, just this sports hat. I don't know my glasses.
All right, so again, both of these are competition buys. We're just running them together to save some time. And we're in our box portion still, trying to get it finished up. Won't take too long. Jason Keller, Tom Cole will run together, even though both of them really have a competition buy. We got that out of the way. Jason Keller dial a 782. Tom the Turtle Cole's going to dial an 820. Okay, my name's switched down there. It's Greg Mallett, Marshall Hutchinson Jr. They have the competition buys. My screen changed. Here we go. Both of them again have competition buys. They're just running. Try to see where they're at on their dials. Mallett 886, Hutchinson 981 off the 968 dial. Now we're into our competition. Eric Harmon and Bo Drexler will be up. 835 for Harmon. Bo's going to dial 851 out of the right-hand lane. And a good start. Both riders hustling down track. 8th mile, 1,000-foot, quarter-mile winner is right lane. Drexler takes the win. 854 to an 851 dial. Eric's bike fell off the pace down there. Gave up about 600ths to Drexler, and Harmon will bow out. And Drexler moves to round number 2. Now we got Jason Keller and Tom Cole. Jason Keller dialing 782, Tom Cole an 820. Tom the Turtle. These are 2 box racers. So Tom down there kind of stretching out a little bit before he locks his bike in. Just about ready. We're gone. Red light, Jason Keller. Win light, Tom Cole. Tom was 009 on the tree. His boy leaned on it and gets a great light. 825 off the 820 dial. Jason 787 off the 782 dial. Tom Cole will advance. I hear the printer running. That means we're going into round 2 with the no box of the BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout. Jeremy Murphy and Dustin Lee will start round number 2, and here they come. Jeremy Murphy will race out of the Ray Skillman lane. He's got a 928 plugged in down there. Dustin Lee will swing an 854 down there on the scoreboard. Jeremy on the left, Dustin on the right, spinning the tires, lighting those spark plug wires. Here we go. Racing for the big cashola as we narrow down our fields. All right, again, no box winners. No box winners. Need you to return to the lanes. All box winners, need you to return to the lanes, please. All box winners, need you to return to the lanes, please. All box winners, need you to return to lane 17 and 18. There goes Jeremy. Here comes Dustin Lee. Great drag race. Watch this one. Dustin trying to pull alongside, and Jeremy Murphy taking the W. Murphy, 010 on the tree, had about 100th there. Murphy goes 2 over the dial. Dustin goes over the dial by a few more. Murphy takes the stripe and the win. Corey Lee, Colton Gordon up next. Box Motorcycles. Box Motorcycles need you back to lane 17 and 18. Box Motorcycles need you back to lane 17 and 18. Corey Lee, Colton Gordon plugged in and ready. Colton Gordon 958, Corey Lee 966, and the race is on. Corey Lee with that early lead. Colton, I don't know if he's going to get there. He's trying. Winner, Corey Lee 974 off the 966 dial. Colton could not get that bike to RT off the line, and it cost him. Winner, Corey Lee. Dusty Brazel, Derek Crawford plugging in next. So again, I need my BB Racing Big Bracket Shootout box bikes. Need you back to 17 and 18, please. Derek Crawford needs to sneak in. He got in under the wire, it looks like. Oh, this is a dandy, a barn burner coming at us. They're at the 1,000 foot. The decision time is now. Winner, Dusty Brazel, 916 off the 914 dial. That was a nice race. Dusty, 3 thou behind on the tree, takes the stripe, takes the win by 11 thousandths of a second. Here comes Randy Parker and Dwayne Jackson. Randy Parker dialing 911, left lane 886 for Dwayne. Here we go. Ooh, doing some leaning down there, trying to get that bike to cooperate. Winner, Dwayne Jackson, 003 on the tree. Takes the stripe and the win by 11 thousandths of a second. Parker just gave up 700ths. I think Dwayne got down there and put it in reverse and takes the win. Tightening up the stripe. Here comes Wesley Wells, 950 left lane. Ron Procopio dialing 842 right side. So again, box motorcycles should be in 17 and 18 for round number 2. No box coming at us. There goes Wes. Here comes Ron Procopio. Winner, Wesley Wells, perfect on the tree, 5 over the dial, and takes the win from Ron Procopio. Ron gave up 300ths, 5 over the dial, and Wesley Wells will advance. Wesley Wells on my perfect light list. And shuffling into the starting line is Joseph Brandgard, dialing 863 left side. This is Robin Procopio with an 820 dial out of the Chevrolet Performance lane. Red light for Robin, win light for Joseph Brandgard. Brandgard 015 on the tree, 5 over the dial, taking it easy for the win. Robin, 830 off the 820 dial, but Robin's on that red-eye flight northbound. Here comes Jimmy Shiflett and Nathan Hollingsworth. Jimmy's going to dial 815 left side, 8 double nickel for Hollingsworth. So again, I need my box bikes back to 17 and 18 for round number 2. Box bikes back to 17 and 18 for round number 2. Red light, Hollingsworth, win light, Jimmy Shiflett. Shiflett goes 838 off the 815 dial. He did not run it under full speed down there. Hollingsworth, 856 off the 855. Hollingsworth on the red side of the tree. Janie Palm up next, dialing 920 right side. Brandon Bachmeyer, not quite pre-stage yet, dialing 884. So again, box bikes back to 17 and 18 for round 2. Janie Palm's 002 on the tree and Brandon's on the red side. Janie, your winner, 927 off the 920 dial. Janie Palm picks up the W as Brandon bows out. Andrew England goes in next to run cabin grist. And Kevin Grist goes on the red side of the tree. Andrew England already got the lights dancing on the Ray Skillman lane. Andrew dialing 1095, goes 1106. And Kevin runs 927 at 144 miles an hour. Here comes Kiki Jones and Josh Costa. No box. Is on the launch pad. No box side. Josh dialing 876, 825 for Kiki Jones. Kiki on the left lane. Oh yeah, we got a race. 2 green apples hanging on the branches. Winner, Josh Costa, 011 on the tree, had 600s to work with, takes the win in a tight one, .070 margin of victory as Kiki was 3 over the dial and Costa over the dial by 3. And Josh taking the win. Here comes Dave Bashar and Dave DeMoss. Well, we know Dave's going to win this. Will it be Bashar in the left lane or DeMoss in the right lane? 885 for DeMoss, 820 for Bashir, and here we go. Here comes Dave, got the rocket ship going down there. Can he get there? Yes, he does. Bashar is your winner. 838 off the 820 dial. DeMoss had 200s on the tree, breaks out with an 881 off the 885 dial. So Dave Bashar is your winner. Terry Hope, Dustin Lee. How about 893, a pair of them on the dial? Terry Hope left lane, Dustin Lee right lane, dialing straight up. Watch this. These are fun races. Terry's got the early lead down there. Dustin trying to catch him and breaks out. Terry Hope, your winner. Terry took the stripe. 3 over the dial for the win. Dustin Lee was behind 400s, breaks out, going 891 off the 893 dial. Mark Wagner up next to run Mac McAdams. Mark Wagner left lane, Mac McAdams right lane. 860 for McAdams, 835 for Wagner. Side by side at the 1,000-foot winner will be Mac McAdams. 864 off the 860 dial. Wagner 844 off the 835 dial. Here comes Rick Poole dialing 905, Ray Skillman lane, 892 for Kevin Adams. Kevin's in, Rick's in. Rick Poole goes red and Kevin Adams is your winner, right-hand lane. Kevin Adams runs 893 off the 892 as Rick Poole breaks out after turning on the red light, so Kevin Adams will advance. bow out this round, 925. And Tylen Beckelheimer will run Jeremy Teasley. Jeremy will be in the Ray Skillman lane, dialing 825. We'll chase Tylen's 919 dial by. And this should conclude no box. So box round 2 should already be ready to go. Oh, we got a race here, and Jeremy Teasley is trying to catch up very rapidly, closing the gap. Who's going to win it? It'll be Tylen Beckelheimer for the win. He takes the strike, takes the win. He was 3 over the dial. Jeremy Teasley 10 over the dial, so Tylen will advance. All right, back to the box side. Joe Clemmy, Shane Cunningham. Now we're rolling. Box, round number 3 to 13 and 14. All right, Bill Baker, left lane, 892 dial. Will chase Rick McWaters, 925 dial motorcycle. Rick McWaters is your winner. Another race where Rick had the only green light in the pair. Rick will get a free run at it. And he took it easy. Michael Shelton run to Austin Stidham. Austin will dial 896. Mike's going to dial a 995. And again, no box bikes. Back to lane, you know where to go. 13 and 14 for round 3. No box. Come on back. And Austin with a perfect light misses a perfect run by 2/1000ths of a second, but Austin Stidham is your winner. A great job. Shelton just grabbed the wrong end of the chainsaw on that one. He was 998 on the loss. John Markham up next. Boy, this is a good matchup. Jeremy England will be in the right lane with a 779 dial. John Markham's going to dial 890. This is our box side. Round number 2. Jeremy England's trying to turn the jet engine on. Here he comes. Winner, Jeremy England gets it done by 4/1000ths of a second, taking down John Markham. Markham 6 over the dial, England over the dial by 4. Markham had the light, but England caught him at the finish line. Here comes Marshall Hutchinson Jr. and Mike Wagner. Mike Wagner dialing 866. Marshall going to dial 968 out of the right side of the racetrack. Mike Wagner's got a lot of catching up to do. He's running out of real estate. Can he get it done? Yes, he does. Mike Wagner is your winner. Wagner took the strike by 34 thou for the win. And Greg Mallett and Chris Hunter roll into the racetrack. Chris going to dial 950 out of the right side. Running for Isringhausen Imports. Greg Mallett with an 887 dial. So again, no box. Round 3, you should already be there. Lane 13 and 14. Chris Hunter squirting out there with the reaction time, and here we go. Finish line, they're closing it down. Winner, Greg Mallett got it done by 34 thou, taking down Chris Hunter. Greg Mallett gets the invitation to the next round. Mike Mullendor dialing 833 right side. Patrick Royeto 869 out of the Ray Skillman lane. And Mike goes red and Patrick goes to round number next. Royeto 869 goes 873. He's got the easy win as Mike tried to bend the tree over and broke it, going red by 005. Here comes Ronnie Woodall Jr. and Joe Deck. Joe Deck, Ray Skillman lane, 826, 2 bulbs behind as Ronnie will be leaving first with a 936. Ronnie Woodall, 006 bulb, 2 over the dial, takes the win from Joe Deck. Joe was 3 over the dial. Joe gave up just 400s at the start, and Ronnie Woodall took that advantage and turned on the win light. Roy Hagedorn and Bill Homuth up next in our box side of our racing. Bill's looking for a 905. Roy's looking for an 890. Both of them looking for a win light. Who gets it? It'll be Roy Hagedorn. 5 over the dial. Bill was well over the dial. I want to say Bill probably had some issues down there at the top end of the racetrack, looking at the numbers in front of me. And Dean Moore steps in to run Bo Drexler. Bo's going to dial 852 and Dean Moore's going to dial 600 slower. Nice race. This is anybody's race at the top end of the racetrack, and it'll belong to Bo Drexler. 4 over the dial as Dean Moore was 6 over his dial. Good race down there. Drexler takes the stripe and the win by 29 thou, and Dan McCartan and Tom Ewick step in. Tom Ewick, 916 dial, will chase Dan McCartan's 934 dial motorcycle. Tree drops down, they're on their way. What a battle developing. 1,000 foot, they're past it, quarter mile winner. Dan McCartan, 2 over his dial. Thomas was 3 over. In a tight one, McCartan didn't have much of an advantage. 15 thou margin of victory for Dan McCartan. Here comes Dave Ligori and there. Wow, the Ligoris, one of them's going to take the next round journey. Will it be Darren or Dave? We'll put Dave on the right side, Darren Ligori on the left side. 893 for Darren, and Dave's got an 861 to work with. David cuts a perfect light and does not get the W. Darren gets the W. Dead on with a 1. Darren gave up 400s and Dave ran off the dial going 5 over. Margin of victory, 51 10,000ths of a second. Mercy. Roy Safree Jr. and Michael Mayday had a front row seat to that race. Michael Mayday winner. Roy goes red by 7 thousandths of a second. Michael Mayday will take the win going away. 895 off the 894. And Roy, hide his time slip. He dials 891, runs 891 with a 0. Mercy. Greg Darm, Tom Cole. Tom the Turtle Cole, right lane, 815. Greg Darm with a 903 dial. Tom Cole, he wished he was turtle on the tree, goes red, and Greg Darm will advance. So Tom Cole, 004 red, and Greg Darm steps into the next round. Okay. All right, no box. Round number 3. We're going to run 3 rounds of no box and box, and then we're going into the professionals. So professional classes, get them ready. So Pro Street, Pro Ultra, Super Stock, get them ready. You'll run right after we get 3 rounds in of no box and box. We're in round 3 of no box. We'll run round 3 of box here in a bit, and then we'll be into the professional session. Dusty Brazell, Jeremy Murphy up first. Here we go. Who's going to go into round number 4 for no box? We got a race. We got a good one. Winner will be Jeremy Murphy, right-hand lane, 929 off the 928 dial, as Dusty gave up about 400ths and breaks out going 911 off the 914. So Jeremy Murphy will take the win. All right, Andrew England, right lane, 1098. Wesley Wells going to dial a 952 in the Ray Skillman lane. All right, wind light, Wesley Wells goes 956 off the 952 dial. Wesley had the light, and Andrew just couldn't turn on the wind light. Dave Brashard and Charles Willis Sr. lined up. There goes Charles. Here comes Dave. Dave dialing 820. Charles at 957. Here comes Dave. He's trying to get there. Pull alongside. Winner, Dave Brashard. As Charlie Willis breaks out with a 952 off the 957 dial. And J.D. Palm will run Josh Costa. Janie Palm, dial at 923, and I'm afraid we got sprinkles. All right, just a reminder, the ice cream place with the funnel cakes will be closed about 8 o'clock. Nitro Grill will stay open. Haven't heard anything from Gene down there.
Yay.